Good morning and welcome to MightyOxTrading. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's had a great night, ready for a great day. Good morning, Mr. G. How are you down there in sunny Florida? Let's look at the markets overnight. Looks like we're kind of choppy. ES is low, 66.53. It's high, 66.74. It's about a 21-point range, decent range. And Q, 573 up to 672, so 99 points of range there. Kappa, big range there as we came back down during the day yesterday, about 160 ticks in range or so. Looks like the Ultra Bond, about 3/4 of a point gold, tighter range than normal, about 21 points. Crude oil, yeah, we got up to 65. First time I've seen 65 in a bit. Looks like about 70 ticks in range. Bitcoin falling all the way down to 109. That's where we sit standing, whatever body posture you're choosing to take today. News this morning. We got a bunch of news coming up at 8:30. US PCE price index, Canadian GDP, US consumer spending. At 10 o'clock, University of Michigan sentiment. Watching the market come down. Hey, JJR, how you doing? Yeah, I still like the effort, JJR. It's kind of just sitting here about 24,632. And we're popping back up. Gold's popping up as well. Okay, so it'll move back up. Let's see if it continues. So how'd you end up yesterday, JJR? How long do you normally trade? Do you go into the afternoon, or do you usually quit about the time the stream ends? Okay. TR's sitting right around 5 right now. Purple candle forming. Sitting right on that 9 EMA. That last hour usually good for you? Hey Ron, how you doing? How's your week been? Chopping around here as we head toward news. Excellent. Excuse me. Chopping around time. Wow, beautiful day, JJR. Absolutely.
Order filled.
Taking that blue candle. It is small. It's probably going to stop me out, honestly. Yep, it's going to stop me
Order
right out.
filled.
Wow. That was quick. Morning, Platt. I'm sorry to hear that.
Order filled.
Definitely chopping around till news. What am I on? Oh, whoops. Okay. Choppy, choppy.
Stop filled.
If anyone's interested in Legends trading straight to funded accounts, they extended that 45% sale.
Order filled.
Hear me doing some different things here. Just the micros, I need to make sure I trade my Bull and Ox accounts each week on the funded. So I'm just entering with a couple of micros off some signals. Kind of don't want to be really in anything, but I just want to make sure I don't get the warning again that I need to trade my accounts.
Stop filled.
Okay, we have about a minute 45 until our news. Start spreading the news. Moving on up right before the news, 30 seconds. Well, news was a little confused. Now it's popping, 20 points. Consumer spending came in a little above target, or above forecast, I should say. PCE price index 2.7, exactly what they expected. Yeah, there's a pop. It was kind of a delayed pop, but it was a pop. Up to 681 now, 683. That's our 686 is high day. That's we just hit that, so we're not high day. High of yesterday, I don't think we're gonna get there, but 793. All the PCEs came in right on the forecast. Look at this pop. Trying to hit 700. And it does, 702. Part of me wants to go short. Part of me says that was not the most convincing candle in the world to do so. Looks like it's working though. Yeah, it would have been a 10-point trade. We're right back up. So it was only a 10-pointer. ATR's back up to 10, so we're going to move our ATM. Hey, John, how you doing? Nice rise here. Maybe it is going to go for yesterday's high. 793, we're about 50 points away. I saw the Tigers won. I thought that was awesome. Finally, maybe they can reverse. Although they have a hard series this weekend with the Red Sox. It's awesome that you were able to golf your best round as well. What, you got about another month worth of golf before the winter comes in? Morning, JC. How are you? Seattle is amazing, man. I tell you, I actually looked at their roster last night. They have a bunch of hitters above 800 OPS and good pitching, so it's going to be interesting. I'm doing good, JC. Pull back here, purple candle. Kind of a dangling purple candle here. It's not the most convincing. We're going to try
Order
it.
submitted.
I should have probably not tried it. Maybe. About a 10-point target. Nope, back up to my entry. Out. Ah. I would have been out, but the button didn't work. Oh, well, it was good that the button didn't work. Button taught me patience. Now I'm out.
Order filled.
A 4-point trade, almost 5-point trade. 4 3/4. Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. Cowell, I mean, where the heck did Cowell come from? And I should have stayed in. I got to get better. Staying in. That said, my bot to activate my main strat should be done soon. Actually, Matt LaRocco. Remember Matt LaRocco, John? He's doing the work on it. Completely from scratch. Yes. Kinda. Still fighting, put it that way. I said something 2 weeks that was powerful. What did I say? That's all we can ask for with being a trader. I mean, if you uh, trade your plan perfectly and you end up with a losing day, then you still succeeded. Now, if you trade your plan perfectly and you start like you have a losing month, like overall, then you need to look at the plan. It's a good point. Very good point. Yeah, that's the part that frustrates me the most is because I spent hours looking back on charts and figuring all this out. Then I don't either. Like I said, this bot. Now that trade I just did, that would be a bot trade. Now, ironically, the bot I was experimenting with last week, that one would have took that one perfectly. But the bot being made for me would be the one that goes with the trend. So basically, let me blow up the chart. So the bot would be doing like it would. First, let me go to a 1 minute chart because that's what I'm actually using now. And it would have picked up this one right here. It would have taken this one right here. Let's see how that ends up. That was probably gonna be a loss. And it would have picked up like this one here, and this one here, this one, this one, this one. Although this would have been a loss. It's not going to prevent losses, but yeah, I mean the only reason I'm confident in this algo working, and like I said, it could end up blowing up, is because I mean it is the exact strategy I should be using on every blue and purple candle. Let me rephrase that. Blue and purple candle going with the momentum of the 9 EMA. So like that blue candle there that just formed under the 9 EMA, it would not have taken that. Is that any blue candle under the 9, any purple candle over the 9 is not valid for that particular strategy. Now, I do have a reversal strategy as well, but this is the main one I'm worried about. And basically, what I told Matt is I don't even need him to like. Well, I mean, I said I wanted both fully automated and the ability to just where it takes the trade. All that's what I'm willing to manage the trade. I just need it to take the trades for me, and then I hear order filled, and then I can quickly jump on it and manage the trade. I just sometimes, like I've said before, blind to some of these trades, some of these signals for whatever reason. Oh yeah, it's like last week that bot was working wonderful, and then it went on tilt. Kind of like I do. It was like $200 from passing that Apex account, and then lost 12 or 15 trades. I remember you on that RB run. And by the way, so if the bot had taken that trade, it would have won. I mean, if I had the bot on and just let it do its thing, which would have scared me because we got those gray lines there, you see. But you can see here, short would have entered there. Stop would have been up at the top of the candle. It's about a 15, 16 point stop. And right now our ATR is, or was on that, about 12. So that's the one thing scary about it, is it technically would be going for, so let's just go for a 1-to-1 there. And you can see right there what it just hit target. So that would have a beautiful trade right there. Morning, Robin. Kind of down below 700 again, down to 688. It'll bounce back up. Heading toward the top of the hour. How much is the data fees? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that'd be monthly. Looking at it now. Yeah, it says monthly exchange market data fees. Prices effective January 1st, 2025. That's for top of book. So if you need depth of market, then it's 14. And for all, if you want all four CMEs, it's $41 total for the depth of market. For all CME markets for top of book, it's $12. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, but I've heard that Ninja charges fees as well, I believe. Yeah, they're ETFs. They're considered income ETFs. There's a few different companies that put them out. Yield Max, Roundhill, and a couple of others. Wow. I think like Robinhood, I don't know what their commission is, but you need some crazy amount of margin in order to even trade futures. Margin requirement to trade an NQ contract on Robinhood, $33,331.10. Robin, the expert on this is Greg, Trades YM. He's the one that turned me on to them. Hello, USC. How are you doing? He was posting on the Discord yesterday, Robin, and said he was doing better, had no IV lines or anything hooked up to him. So that I thought that was a good sign. And he reminded me because yesterday like everything was down. He reminded me that if I had any available money, probably be a good time to grab some more shares of some of those ETFs. So I just for instance, I have 2,000 shares of ULTY. By the way, I feel like this is where everything went bad the other day. Anyway, and that's about $11,000 invested, and I make about $185 a week from that, and so it's about 185, 370. You're gonna teach 640 to $650 a month. Yeah, ULTY. And then what I do, since I don't need the income from it right now, I drip it. So it automatically reinvests my dividends each week, or my distribution each week. So each week, that 185 buys me about 30 more shares. Good morning, Amelia. How are you? By the way, that in case you guys didn't see my message last night, Scott Trieste has started a new prop firm. Well, it's supposed to be coming out in November. Everybody needs to be careful not to fall into its trap. Hey, Amar. We're just grinding sideways here as we head toward the bell. And Robin, I may start a channel on the Discord for this type of discussion. Uh, there's a few people in there that's trading these types of things. I know Charlie Baker, Prolonged Wealth is. I know Steve Trader is. Of course, Greg, me, Connor. So there's a few of us now that are trading these, or not really. You can't really say trading, but uh, utilizing these income ETFs. I've seen that, and I want to get to that point. I haven't gotten to that point yet, but yeah, I'm using margin to pay. Yeah, I like that idea, and I'm hoping I can eventually utilize that. Yeah, John uses them. How you doing, Mr? Gold. Big boom on gold there. It was just waiting for USC. Wow, kind of just died here. Or, I mean, Yeah, it looks better this way. Is that the Bollinger that's doing that? It is. Forgot the Bollingers kind of do that. Hits the 100 EMA, trying to bounce back up. Excellent MR. Oh boy. We're calling women little girls. With Robin, Amelia, and USC here right now, I think you're outnumbered, MR. Good morning, Ace. How are you? Reminder, it's Friday. Hey, Jay. How's Romania today? University of Michigan sentiment at 10 o'clock Eastern, Ace. 30 minutes after the bell. Still been warm here. That's usually a pretty good market mover, Ace, at least as far as I remember. It's marked as red on Financial Juice. Now, I never figured out what the difference between a red lightning bolt and a red dot was on Financial Juice. Well, Jaden's over in Romania, so he's closer to MR than any of us. Not that I know exactly where Romania is compared to where the Netherlands are without looking at a map. Jay's been around since almost since the creation of MightyOxTrading, and he's actually the original person that set up the Discord for me. But he doesn't trade. But he used to do a lot of back testing for me. Reddit. Back when I was the king of the beer money Reddit. Morning, Tio. You still on for today, Tio? So everyone, today from 10 to 11 to 12, the normal rolling the markets hour, Tio is going to be your host for that hour. We designed Tio's new car last night. Oh wait, we'll do the one without the clouds. A second while I put it in position here. We're gonna try and get this custom made for Tio. How you doing, Crypt? Oh, I'm sorry. Only made 990. I thought I was just going to say I'm sorry to hear that. And then I see only made 990. That's a great day, Crypt. Pull back on gold. And Q just totally sideways. Pull back. We're heading toward the bell. Really? I didn't know that, Crypticon. Isn't Naperville the home of the birthplace of Philly's legendary announcer Harry Callis? Yes, it is. He's, according to Google, he's not wrong. Go from ETS to swingers. Down to 664 as we head toward the bell. That you only made 990 instead of your normal 15 to 3500, correct? Not that you were part of the swinger capital. That's the hug emoji. Oh, did you miss To's car that we want to have built for him, Amelia? Real quick before the bell. Oh, okay, you did see it. Good. Okay. So we dip in here a little bit.
Two minutes till the bell.
Yeah, ask them how long you been swinging for. They're like, "Oh, we've been doing it for 5 years." Oh, I've just been in this trade for 3 days. It's almost hit my trailing stop. 15 seconds. Buckle up. Big move down here, 32 points. I'll see now. It'll work great for Forex, TO, because in Forex they call it pairs. $35 points, 38. We're down about 40 points now. There's 40. Low a day is 569. Great. We're talking about swingers. I had to say 69. Bitcoin pulling back. Gold sideways. Dow popping a little bit there. No, well, getting beaten back down though. ES is down. Crude oil sideways. Yeah, I was a little surprised too. Trying to bounce here though. Can we get a bounce? Big bounce. Got down to 597. We bounced back up to 631. I was going to take a long there. I should have. That way they RJ back to do trader desk guy. Ace is long on ES. Smarter than I am, because that would have been a great trade if I had taken it. Wow, that sell off was quick. Nice pop there on ES. Oh, that's a huge can. Hey, I still have the 2 minute up on ES. That's a huge candle. 10 points. Gold selling off. Dow with a pop. Russell with a pop. Everything in the index area is popping. Popping, stopping, popping like I write it. When it gets me needed, I guess the hay of it. Still going on ES. I used to be able to rap the entire Dr. Dre The Chronic album. NQ showing a little bit of signs of exhaustion here. Can it break through 700? It poked up above it and then got beaten back down. Someone's playing whack-a-mole. Now, there it goes. 704. Dow pull it back a bit now. There's gold with a pop. It's not one I could really wrap here on stream. Beautiful trade, Ace. You didn't tell us where you got in, but I'm assuming that was at least a 5-banger. Oh, was that a 10-banger? Oh, that was on Apex. Wow. Blue candle pop here off the 9. It's a big pop. I love it when you call me Big Pop. It's giving back. I'd be way too cautious for some reason today. I don't know why. I've There's at least 3 10-point trades I should have had. The new bot, when it's done, will have taken that blue candle. Yes, can I help you, Cat? I was just about to make my breakfast. You're kind of in my way. It's definitely a fight here at 700 on NQ. Yes, it's up to 66.89. Hey, what do you need? Oh, and there we go. Broke down. Bounces off the 100 right now. If the cat ever gets off my tummy, I'll try to connect a rhythmic with Apex. I do have one rhythmic Apex. Let me see if I can get in. Oh, yeah. It just connected for me on Apex Rhythmic USC. It did take like 45 seconds. It's okay. We still like you.
Order filled. Order filled.
Nice pop here. So that blue candle was valid. I took it on that rhythmic apex that I connected to, but I should have stayed in. I believe they do. I'm not sure the exact, and they might get some sort of volume discount, but yeah. See, that's why you know props, like Apex and Volanox want you to have multiple accounts. Because if you buy 20 accounts, they only have to pay one rhythmic fee. They don't pay per account, they pay per user. Excellent, Ace. Good job for a Friday Ace. Six looks a little choppy. Ultra Bomb looks very choppy. Wow. You have someone at Country Music Television, Ace? $15 till University of Michigan sentiment. SIBO, CBOT, CME. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a CBOT, there's a CME, there's a NYMEX, and there's a something else. I forget. But yeah, CME is the one that owns them all. Yeah. Okay, dude, you're gonna have to get off the arm of the chair because I really want to cook. I thought you had a cowboy giving you trades now. See from this country music. I need you to move, baby boy. Come on. I need you to move. Come over to the other arm or something, or else I'm gonna knock you down. Another big blue candle. I need you to move. Just don't let your buddy there at the CME don't let him know that you forgot where he worked. He might stop giving you his help. Reminder, if you haven't gored the like button, I would appreciate if you would gore it. Still trying to rise up here. Thank you, Tio. This just came across Financial Jews. I haven't filed taxes in 20 years. I'm 55 and I'm about to get laid off. I have 1 million in crypto. Am I in big trouble? Well, the good news is if he loses his he can't pay for his house, he might have a free room and board coming to him. Oh, Ace, it sounds like Tio's trying to impress your sim wife with his sim money. Sideways. We are just not going anywhere right now. Except for the hell in a handbasket. Dude, we go through this every morning. I give you turkey burger. You don't eat the turkey burger. You look disappointed. Rinse and repeat. Oh, dude, I think we can make a reality show out of this. Not well. I guess it's a sim. It's a sim reality show. Eddie, where'd you put my soul? Pennsylvania. Cat's name is Eddie. I did not name him. There you go. Try it out. I know you'll probably turn it down just like you do every other morning when I have this. Truthfully, dude, I don't even want this. Did I bring the mustard? I did bring the mustard. Believe it or not, I'm having the same thing whether you're on that arm of the chair or the other one. Fine, here. Sniff the plate. Kentucky. North Carolina. South Carolina. He called out USC. So I'm assuming it's going to be South Carolina. Yep, news. Thanks for the reminder. Got news coming up. Wait, Alaska? I guess they don't need to freeze the turkeys. They're already frozen. There's always more coming, USC. Just breathe. See what news does here. Are you in a trade, Tio? News coming now. Well, about 45 seconds. Popped to 731. You did well on that, JJR? Wow, Ace went from having a prop account to starting his own firm. Pull back here. Big purple candle. Uh, University of Michigan sentiment came in at 55.1. They expected 55.4. Yeah. Use hose, JJR. HO heating oil. It's like has a $100 spread on it. So as soon as you mark it in, you lose $100. Yep, seeing the market come back down. They didn't trust that purple candle. Nice fall. Back down to 644. Beef is healthier. Turkey is, especially factory farm raised turkey is a very bad omega 6 to omega 3 ratio. And beef just tastes better. Oh, well, because not many people go out and hunt turkey. Uh, Omega sixes in not that are not in balance with omega threes causes inflammation in the body, and that can cause that's what causes heart disease. Uh, Now, mostly what does it is seed oils, but inflammation in general is what causes things like heart disease and all that. And the biggest source of inflammation is the overconsumption of carbs. Okay, uh, JJR, symbol HO, heating oil. Unless it's changed, as soon as you mark it in, you're down $100 a contract because of the spread. And well, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to overeat protein and fat. It's very easy to overeat carbs. I literally have zero carb foods. There's no carb-based foods in my house because I know that if I get into them, I'll end up plowing through them. Bounce back up here. There was a time, Ace, that I would make a whole loaf of bread, toast it, and eat it before going to bed. Yesterday, I tried on a pair of pants and a shirt in a size that I have not worn in probably 20 years, and they both fit. How old do you think I am, Ace? Thank you, guys.
Order filled.
Sorry.
Order
Ow!
filled.
Well, that blue candle didn't work. That was a bad decision on my part. Yay, USC. Glad to hear it. She's a Southern belle. When they get a bee in their bonnet, you might be surprised what comes out of their mouth. Good day. I thought that's why you put the M in front of the F for that same purpose to you.
Order submitted.
Trying along here. And getting beaten up badly. Man, I feel like a loser. Yeah, that was not a winning trade.
Order filled.
All right. Oh, everything I try today is wrong. That's all right. See, my bot's going to be a lot smarter than I am. Because, sorry. So my bot would have taken this purple candle. Right here. It would have put the stop way up here. A 20-point stop. And then it would have went for, why does this look different? It would have went for 15 points. Which you would have got right there. Who doesn't love a petite German? Oh, wait. The heck is Gronings and Volus? Gold heading up nicely. But right here, look at the gold. This beautiful blue candle here. That would have been an entry on gold. And then this one wouldn't have been. It's too far away from the 9, but still been nice. This one would have been problematic, though. Although technically it would have still been a winner because it would not have stopped out. And we're still coming down. Bless you. That would have been another purple candle that the bot would have taken that I wasn't smart enough to take. And again, that would have been a winner. I haven't told anybody to leave the chat in 2 days. New low a day here, 523. Excellent, John. Looks like we might be getting a little bounce here. Ultra bond heading up a little bit. Indices trying to bounce, gold pulling back. Crude pulling back a little bit after a nice run up. Our crude got close to 66. Wow, according to Google, it can have several bad meanings. Politics. Politics. Blue candle. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I was like, why are we putting our heads up? Yeah, I know lots of people have been paid by Bull and Ox. I do agree with that, Ace.
Order submitted.
Really? We're long off that blue candle, by the way.
Order filled.
There we go. That was 14 and a half points there. Still slightly red from those two shorts I tried. I mean, those two longs I tried earlier. I agree with that as well, Mr. No, I 100% agree with that. I mean, we need education. You know, we need to teach kids how to read and write and all that good stuff. But a lot of what Mr. just said is right. You know, there's a guy I watch on YouTube called Dan Martell. He's created $300 million businesses in his life. He says, I don't care what grades my kids bring home. He says that's just, you know, they're just testing to you know, it's just he doesn't care. He's like, they need to learn how to, you know, critically think. We don't, you know, like it's just I don't understand why basic life skills aren't taught in our schools. I have nothing against advanced mathematics, so don't get me wrong here. But the fact that we teach calculus to and 99% of the kids learning in calculus is never going to use that knowledge, but we don't teach them how to balance a checkbook or about how to have good credit or how to do stuff like that, is a failure of the system, in my opinion. And schools totally make it seem like anyone that doesn't want to go to college, they make them feel like it's almost like a failure if you don't go to college. I want to point out Connor. You know, the guy that built my computer, the guy that comes in here often, he never went to college. He's going to be making over 100K this year at age 26, working in HVAC for a major company, working in data centers that need these computers to be at the right temperature and all this other stuff. He never went to college. But if you talk about wanting to get into the trades, it's they act like it's some sort of lesser job, lesser whatever. Nice pop here on NQ. Here, you know, here's the thing. I have a genius level IQ. It's not something I brag about because I don't feel I've ever used it to my advantage. I wouldn't brag about it anyway, just know who I am. But the thing is, it allowed me in school to regurgitate information very well. Basically, I could, history or science or whatever, I could read the textbook, I could remember the facts, and then when I was tested on it, I could regurgitate that information to put the right answers. But I didn't really learn anything. I mean, yeah, I remember those facts, but unless I'm going on Jeopardy, most of that crap doesn't matter. Good question. I was working on Discord for a second to try and get the sound right for Tio. I didn't look. Uh, well, I don't know what that would have caused it to pop. Uh, but that doesn't sound good. Netanyahu vows to finish the job in Gaza amid UN walkout. ByteDance to receive about 50% of TikTok's U.S. profit under the Trump deal. But I don't see any other news. You know, do you have a soundbite? No, I'm just working on fixing the actual. Make sure people can hear you, Tia. Because like I wasn't smart enough to prepare this last night. Ooh. Ooh. Pay no attention to the odd sounds you're hearing. I'm here, I'm here talking, and I was muted. Can you hear me? All right. Yeah, I was saying that's why I like trading, because there is no boss. Even if you own a business, you still have a boss because you got to answer to the customers or suppliers or whatever your business is. So trading's one of the few things, if not the only thing in the world, where it's just you versus you, really, you versus the market, whatever, where you have no one else to answer to besides your own family that you're trying to provide for. Closing out that trade for just 2 points. But you can see I got a gray line there, so I kind of wigged out before there it goes down. So I need to stay in until that gray line just forms. That was dumb. So if the bot was taking that trade, it would have, if it was active, it would have taken that trade, and it would have been looking for 15 points. Would have gotten in at 93, which means it would have been looking for 78, and it hit 76. So the bot would have won that trade too. So let's just look at this real quick, and why I'm excited about the bot versus my own trading. Let me mark these if I can find an arrow. This would have been a winner. This would have been a winner. This one was a winner. I did take that one. This would have been a winner. This would have been a winner. These wouldn't have been taken. They were not touching the 9. This would have been a winner. This would have been a winner. This one might have still been active on this one. I'm not sure. It might have hit target there. That would have been a loser. That would have been a loser. This would have been a winner if I allowed the bot to take a trade at the open. This would have been a winner. This one, 68 to 61. I don't know what the ATR was there. That one probably would have been a winner based on the ATR, but may have been not. This would have been a winner. How far back are we? Yep. This would not have been a valid one. It would have worked, but wouldn't have been a valid one. This one would have been a loser right here. This would have been a loser. And now we're back from before stream. So you can see how successful this has the potential to be. Yeah, Matt's still working on it. I'll have it probably soon. MR, I mean, yes and no. I would recommend it as long as they go into with realistic expectations that they're not going to make money right away. That, it's going to be a long, drawn out process. They shouldn't get into it thinking they're going to quit their job in 2 months. But, if they get into it with realistic expectations, I think it's an opportunity everybody should have the chance to try. I haven't back tested it, but I believe this bot will also work on GC. I plan on testing it on GC, as well as ES, YM, and the Russell. Looking at crude oil, and crude, I don't know if something just doesn't work right with my script or what, but crude doesn't get anything getting blues and purples. I don't know why. But see, Ace, and that's why prop firms can be good, because right now, like with Apex, you could just light $33 on fire and give it a try. And if you pass, then you're trading funded, then you only need to light another $85 on fire. Or 140, whatever. Yes! I can end the stream forever now. My mission has been accomplished. I got Ace to say prop firms are good. I have succeeded. I have reached the high of the mountain. I have conquered. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, next time before I go on a rant like that, I need the screenshot. Champagne's about 45 minutes from here, and a little bit east of here. We all thought you were turning that into alcohol, Tio. FYI, if you see that blue candle there, two candles ago, that would have been a trigger for the bot, and it would have won. That's an 18-point win right there. I think having a job amplifies it, so I'm not sure that there's much of a difference. I mean, if you get there needs to be a mindset to it about that it's not going to solve your problems right away. Like, it's not going to give you income right away like a job, but um, and I think trading can actually help someone learn how to handle stress. I've heard a lot of different people say, and I think RJ might be one of them, that trading has helped them learn about themselves. And I think there is something to that as well. I mean, I think anything in life is a stressor that well, the only way to grow is to have stress. You don't, if everything's easy, you become weak. And that's right down to the the bio level of your muscles only grow when they're tested and torn. Not actually torn, but muscles grow when you are working them because they actually form slight tears, etc., etc. I think just like we can compare it to going to college, and I'm not talking about the quality of an education here, but when you decide to go to college for a 4-year education in whatever you decide to major in, first of all, you're going to be stressed as you're trying to work your way through the college, getting tested on this material, learning this material, and all that, and then you may at the end of the 4 years, you may end up hating what you decided to major in. So I think that everything that we have is a stressor that makes us better or whatever. We just got to decide how that stress is going to affect us. Actually, Ace Tio's coming on for an hour. Tio is taking the rolling the market spot today. So Tio, call in. Hello. Oh, hold on, I don't hear you. Hold on, wait a minute. I gotta change the setting. There. Hello. Yes, I can hear it. Can you guys hear Tio? Say hello, Tio. Or everyone else besides MR hears Tio. Okay. No? Wait. No Tio now. Oh, hold on. I know why. How about now? Say hello again, Tio.
Hello again, Teal. Henry Fun. I don't know how to take that.
It helps when I actually unmute the desktop audio. All right. So now we can't call it rolling the markets because that's RJ Wheel. So now it's pineapple fun with Tio in the markets. Take it away, Tio.
All right. Well, thank you. Let's see. I lost track of time, so I'm just getting settled in. Let's see. My trading journey. Did you guys want to hear that again? I know I told some people it wasn't really too interesting, but I can do that again. And I mean, nothing too exciting. I got into trading. What is it, like 2010? I just started kind of messing around with Forex, and kind of got interested in that, but didn't really do anything too, too crazy. Just kind of messed with it. Learned a little bit about trend lines and channels and candlesticks and all that stuff, but messed around on paper trading and stuff. And of course I was a sim millionaire there too, but never got anywhere with it. And then fast forward to roughly about 2016 or so, I got into Nadex. I don't even remember much about that, but I know it was like supposedly binary options or something like that. Yeah, baby pips. Yeah, been there too. Thank you, Yossi. So yeah, I got into that, and I actually learned about it through a company called Apex Institute. I don't know. It was Daryl Martin's original company. I was like, oh, okay. So got into that, and then didn't do too much about that. And then fast forward to about 2020 or so, I started learning about a thing called futures, and I stumbled. There it is, apexinvesting.net. Yeah, I stumbled into that and ended back on Apex Investing, and there's a thing for futures. So yeah, I did that through his setups and all that with the sniper. I know Amelia talked about that a little bit, and that's where RJ got into it as well. But started doing that, and then of course that was my exposure to futures, and from there it just kind of took off. But going through that strategy, I picked up a lot of, I think, horrible habits that still stick with me, and I'm trying to work through that. But then, like I said, just kind of gradually got more into figuring out what my strategy is, or what suits me more, what I don't like, what I like, and still kind of jumping around because I do get frustrated here and there. And like the bigger thing I'm having to fight is the emotional side of it, and that's really what tends to tear me down. But I think I'm kind of hitting the break-even stage. Can't say I'm fully profitable, but yeah, I'm starting to tease that break-even point, so hoping to get there soon. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And then of course here I am now, but got a few payouts here and there, but nothing too great. Kind of go through these points where I'm easily passing accounts and then lose them and get frustrated, and then go through like a big losing streak, and then I calm down, and then I start passing them again. And like I say, I think a lot of it's just frustration, and stress. And unfortunately, that plays into, my actual trading and everything else like that. So that kind of tends to knock me down and stuff. And I still tend to take losses personal. So I'm trying to work through that. Excuse me. Oh, Platt the bike ride. Yeah, did you? I don't know if you saw that, but I put a little video on YouTube. Nothing too crazy, but I did the 50 miles. I survived, and it wasn't too bad. But I knew there was a point where, it was a steep climb, and it was like about, I think, 8 miles or so of just pure climb, and that got me. That really slowed me down, but I just kept powering through it, and kind of pretty much lost the whole group. I was behind on it, but it was kind of nice because that's like a popular area for bikes, and it's like right along the highway. And so even though the group I was with was long gone, people that kept passing by, kept asking if I was okay, checking up on me, and so it was cool because I wasn't alone. Like, I had a lot of people supporting me, and even asking if I was on the that challenge, that cancer challenge. They were like, real supportive, real excited for me and stuff like that. So I did good. And then once I was able to get up that hill, I had to go into a neighborhood, and that neighborhood has even more hills. And so, it wasn't as long a climb, but it was, a real steep climb, and then a drop, and then a steep climb, and then a drop, to the point where I was getting so sick and tired of hills that, I hit a nice hill going down. So I used that to coast, and then I went up the hill, and then right when I got up the hill, I saw that there was an even steeper hill, and I actually cussed out the hill a little bit. So I have a recording of that somewhere, but but yeah, I thankfully I was able to get through it. But and I'm glad I did. It was a good challenge for me. It was a good escape from stress and all that. So glad I did it. Might be doing another one end of the month, but just like a little bit shorter. Uh, a little bit. I think for now I'm trying to figure out what I need to work on, and yeah, hills are the big one. So I'm still very much a beginner, still very much don't know what the heck I'm doing half the time, but I'm getting more comfortable with being on that type of bike and moving around and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to figure out my weaknesses and work through that. So, and I think it's a good distraction from trading, and it actually kind of gives me something to obsess about other than trading, because this trading kind of tends to it was starting to take over my life a little bit more than I probably should let it. So yeah, I'm trying to work on that, and then I'll go riding with my mom, because she got her electric bike or e-bike, and she loves that thing, but she still gets scared at riding it. Sometimes I think she gets a little nervous, because actually we have to ride around the neighborhood, and there's cars, or if we go to, there's a trail by the river. If we go there, she gets nervous because it's a narrow path. It's a little too narrow for her, that she gets nervous being close to people, and worries about crashing into them and stuff. So we try to ride around a lot, and then I've been able to get the puppies into the little bike trailer and get them around. We actually took them last night, and they're getting used to it. So that's exciting. So we're gonna try to take them, to the river or something, and see how we can do on that. My trading strategy is thank you. They're they can be little brats, but they're really good puppies. They're the male always checks on me. The male always can pick up when I'm stressed and stuff like that, and he'll always kind of come and put his paws on me. If I'm sitting, he'll jump up and put his paws on my knee, and just check on me, and it kind of helps calm me down. So they've been a real good real important part of my life. They've been good. Oh, and then my trading strategy. So yeah, I primarily go off the DOM, and mostly I'm just using trying to find areas of value and scalp off of that. I don't know if I'm I don't know if I dropped, but yeah, I go off the DOM. I tend to look for areas of value and pretty much trade around those. And okay, can you guys hear me? I don't know if it dropped because I'm kind of. You guys hear me? Okay, I saw the YouTube refreshing, so I don't know if I got dropped or anything, but yeah, mostly I just watch the DOM. I kind of look for areas of value and pretty much scalp based off of those. So if I see like iceberg orders or large orders coming in and things like that, I tend to start watching those areas and it trades around that, and it does work pretty well. But sometimes, like, a trade will take off on me in the wrong way, and then that starts stacking up my frustration, and I start moving my stop, and I start doing real stupid things to the point where I blow an account, and so I have to try to get that emotional part under control, and I need to have some type of safeguard in place to just kind of me off and tell me to stop for the day. Because my other problem is I can't look at a red day. I can't stand seeing my account negative, and I start panicking and I overreact way too much to it. So I have to learn to calm down on that. But yeah, I do use level 2 data, and I guess that's pretty much it. I mean, I do glance at the charts a little bit, but for me, I found the problem is I tend to try to predict the market too much. I try to be like a fortune teller, and so when I do that, I start getting even more upset if the candles don't play out to what I have in the back of my mind, because of course I have to be right, and of course in trading you have to, of course, go off of statistics and let the probabilities play out. But again, I fall back into that mode where I have to be right, and being right means success, and of course that's not how that works. For me, area of value is pretty much I'm just kind of going off of where the interest is, where most of the trades are happening, because I notice that when there's high amounts of volume, especially with larger orders in that area, or if there's icebergs and things like that, that's kind of giving you that idea of where that it could be more of a support resistance or like a magnet or something like that. So that's kind of what I base it off of. I'm trying to I'm kind of basing it more off of like the auction market theory and things like that. That's kind of where the way I look at the market is, that's where price is going. It's just we're trying to find value. We're trying to see, is value changing? Is it, is it starting to be, is value going up? So is price going to start trying to catch up to that? And that's pretty much how I view the markets. I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but that's, like I say, if I look at the markets more in that perspective, it helps me to not try to predict things, and it lets me read the market more than trying to predict it. So I'm trading. So I watched a lot of CFT videos way back when, and that's pretty much where I started learning about the DOM and seeing Jigsaw and stuff like that. So I actually got into it because of CFT, and I signed up for Jigsaw. And when you sign up for Jigsaw, you have to. It's a little deceiving, I guess, when you actually get the license. You buy the license. I bought the lifetime license, but I still have to pay $50 a month to use it to trade. It's kind of weird, but anyways, when you get the license, you get access to course material, and they talk a lot about icebergs and stacking and pulling and all that stuff. So that's pretty much where I got my initial exposure to learning about the DOM and all that stuff. So it was pretty much through the courses through Jigsaw, and a lot of it too is just I watch it a lot. I watch the DOM. I watch the tape, and I feel like I'm picking it up pretty good, but I don't know if I'm kidding myself and just having good days and then getting wiped out by the bad days. I'm not seeing that. I'm either terrible or I'm good, so I'm trying to figure that part out too. Primarily I do ES. I've tried the bonds a little bit. I get impatient, I think, because it's just so thick, and I kind of like the move on ES. It's not like NQ where it's just flying all over the place, but it's also not like the bonds, ultra bonds, where it's just barely moving, and you have to worry more about Q position and things like that. So I do tend to favor ES more than most. But I know some guys that actually, in fact, there's one guy on Discord. He actually trades NQ strictly off the DOM, which is kind of crazy, but it seems to be making it work. In fact, I was even I don't know, maybe I'm being crazy. I was even thinking of trading live, but I don't know. It'd be kind of because I was even thinking for me that would be kind of a good good for accountability and because that kind of puts me on the spot to actually explain what the heck I'm doing instead of me just firing away and justifying it to myself. I don't know. I know it's hard to trade live and it's definitely intimidating, but I had thought of that a little more, so um, maybe I might ask Ox if I could do that. And of course, now that I'm throwing it out there, I'm kind of uh, starting to try to commit myself to a little more. So, because like I said on the last live stream too, I'm very introverted. So the fact that I'm actually on a live stream being listened to by people is definitely outside of my comfort zone a little bit. So, but yeah, there's a guy on Discord. I think is it Psychosis, um, but I know he's put like quick little clips of him trading and stuff like that. But I know he goes off of the I don't know if you guys have heard of the. Thank you, Yossi. I don't know if you guys have heard of the Norton method, but he pretty much uses that method off of NQ. And I can't really, I can't, of course, say how he trades or anything because I don't fully know his main strategy. But he's pretty much doing similar to what I'm doing. Is he finds that value and takes his entries based off of that and exits pretty quick. Yeah, no kidding. I put NQ on the DOM and I had to shrink down the font size and everything so I could try to squeeze as many um, you know prices that I could on there, and it still jumps like crazy. And in fact, on Jigsaw, you can make your increments instead of ticks. You can make them into every 2 ticks or something like that. So I kind of shrunk down the increment size, and it was still going all over the place. So I don't know how he does that, but if it works for him, that's awesome. Have tried Bookmap, but I always tend to favor Jigsaw. I like the way you can set it up. I like for me, I use when I have my P&L column, I have it to be cumulative instead of, oh gosh, I don't even know if I'm going to explain this right, but it's more my P&L. If I'm going to trade and I exit certain contracts and stuff like that, it'll still keep my P&L. Have my total P&L instead of just kind of the current P&L, and that helps me mentally because I can see that yeah, if it technically goes below my average line, yeah, that current trade is losing money, but the overall trade still is positive. So that helps me. I like the ability to click on a price and have the stop or limit order jump to it, and that helps me trail it a lot. And in fact, on Jigsaw, you can do you can do auction vista, so you kind of get that it's similar to Bookmap. You can see the lines with all the the orders and where the icebergs are kind of hitting and where orders are being pulled. Gives you that visual. That visual. But of course, it's not as nice looking as Bookmap, and of course, that's I think where Bookmap excels more than Jigsaw. Because that's more their focus, I guess. favorite prop, I always lean towards trade day. I've never passed their eval. I've always come so darn close, like one day, and then everything wipes out. And but I've always liked them because I like the resources you have. I mean the best thing for me with them is you get that squawk radio. So I honestly I can't trade without it. I mean, it really does help to know when Trump is speaking, or if any of these little things that are going on that can make the market jump. It's nice to have that information coming in, so I'm able to either stop or start tightening up tightening up my stops, or looking to get out, or looking to avoid getting in. So that's like one of the big things for me. But I also like the fact that they give you that coaching. It kind of seems like they work with you more. And I think for me too, any prop that can start scaling you up from your original contract size, I think that's a good thing. So that's why I tend to favor them. But I've been wanting to actually try Futures Desk as well, because they have the same things. I mean, like I say, that whole scaling you up, and for me, I think it's more about they're concerned with your success as a trader versus, well, yeah, you passed, here's the keys to your funded account, don't mess it up. And for me, I kind of need I need a company that's a little bit more involved with me, wanting to grow as a trader. I'm not here to try to, I mean, I'd love to make $1 million a day, but I'm not. And it would definitely get me out of some of the stress I'm having in life. But I definitely need somebody who wants to take it as serious as I'm trying to take it, Oh yeah, and I meant to touch on that. Yeah. So yeah, I was like I say, I was watching a lot of CFT videos and following CFT. And he said, I know one video he was talking about, oh yeah, check out my good friend MightyOxTrading and stuff like that. So I dropped in a little bit here and there. And then I keep getting texts, sorry. So yeah, I dropped into, I don't know if it was a live stream or not, but I stayed for a little while, and then later on down the road, I was looking at the Asian markets, and I was like, I wanted to see if there's other anybody else's live streaming Asian session, because it's at least at the time it was boring, like nothing's going on. So I did a search, and of course I saw MightyOx jump up again, so dropped in there and said hi, got to know the Asia session crew. In fact, when I first got on, I think it was right when Chase was in the middle of talking live stream. And yes, I said hi, and then of course, got started dropping in more and more for Asia's session. Never really got into the morning session, just kind of did my own thing, I think, or something. But anyways, eventually, yeah, I started dropping in on the morning session, and I threw Ox off for a second because he's used to seeing me on the evenings, but yeah, so but I always like the energy of the stream. I think we got a great group, and so yeah, that's pretty much how I came here. Yeah, my Dom kind of looks like his too. Yeah, I mean, I have blue and purple. Those are my colors, but oh yeah, I have pretty much a similar setup. You trade bonds, right, Platt? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, the thing I really like about the Dom is like I see a lot. I feel like I see a lot more that's going on that you can't see in the candles. Um, and like I say, that's what works for me. Um, I'm finding I've been cutting down my trades. I think when I first got into the Dom, I was pretty much mashing the market button at every chance I got, and yeah, of course, definitely tore me apart. So I've actually within, or I should say, probably since about like a month or so, I've actually cut down my trading entries, which I think to me is a pretty good step. The only time it really picks up is when I'm panicking or on tilt. So, and of course that never works out. I have a 9 to 5. I my parents have some businesses, so I help them out with that, and so we do that, and especially during the summer. Of course, now that summer's over, but during the summer things pick up, so that's when I can make a little extra money and try to get caught up on some things. We've had janitorial business for gosh, like how long has it been? Over 20 years. They've had that business and they've done really well with it. They primarily cleaned offices and model homes and things like that. But the crash of 2008 really hit us hard. So we, when bulls and all that happened, we we got hit hard, and we still do good, but it's not like the old days, you know. And then before that, yeah, like I've said it a few times, yeah. Before that, I was a cop. Um, did that for a while, and in fact, I left because I was going back to school, working on a degree, and was doing well with it, and so I left that job, and then unfortunately for me, the scholarships and the funding I had ran out, so I kind of feel like a lot of that work was for nothing. I so yeah, I went back to school for software engineering, and yeah, I absolutely loved programming. I mean, that was my passion for a while. I Python was like what got me started, and I still love Python. Python's always fun for me. Um, oh, nice. Uh, Ox's bot took a trade. How much did you make, or did it make? Um, yeah, so I got started with Python. That was my first language, and then school we did a lot of Java, C, C++, um, and then um, shoot, I forgot the other one. It's the low level. It's like it's can't remember the other language, but yeah. So we got into that. Yeah, C++. Yeah, assembly. Yeah, C++ is still around. Yeah, but yeah, my confidence, I guess, in programming kind of took a hit too because I've done some programs for myself and had a lot of fun doing it, but I think with everything that happened from school and everything else, kind of just I think it shot my confidence because even when I try to start a program from scratch, I think I get too overwhelmed, and I don't know, it just kind of hit me, you know. to find something with it that I'm more passionate about. By trading, I'm still trying to get used to being on live stream because I forget there's markets still going on, and oh, nice. So, Platt, are you pretty much doing all of CFT's strategies, or? You've been doing that for? I was just going to ask if it was a John Grady. Wait, that's a job? Oh, wow. I think I found my calling. So, yeah, we have there's going to be another little ride going on end of the month, or end of October, and it's going to be, just a real casual one. So, and one of them is, it's for Halloween, of course, so you can dress up. And I was thinking of doing some, I could put a pineapple top on my helmet or something, and do something pineapple themed. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I never really did much costumes, as an adult. So I might try to figure something out around that. But yeah, I might go with the pineapple theme. Yeah, Plaid. I look at some older price ladders from, like, what was it, like 2020 for the ES, and it was I can't believe how thick that market was compared to, compared to today's. MR actually, for this ride, I was trying to get some MightyOx merch, but time wise and everything, it wasn't working out. So I want to try to have something maybe for this ride. Advice, I would say, I guess probably the same old of, learn how to lose. Cause, yeah, if you take that way too personal, it'll hit you every time. Loser wins. Yeah, there you go. And mind over markets, even though I haven't really, I start falling asleep with it, but it's been a good book. But yeah, best loser wins. But the problem with that is I started reading it as like, oh, I'm just gonna start adding more to my positions and stuff, and I fell more into that trap of reading it from that perspective instead of reading it from the whole thing about learning to lose. So I gotta go back and reread it and stop trying to fall in that whole trap of my mind, taking off thinking, oh, I just got to start adding to my trades because with Tom, I know he talks a lot about adding to winners and things like that, and that's it works good, but like I say, I read that and just thought, oh, add your trades, so I like I say, I kind of tend to take off too much on it, so I do have to go back and actually read it as learning how to lose instead of learning how to add. Yeah, he is a swinger. He has a Telegram channel. I don't know if you've seen that. Excuse me. I don't even know if it's still active, but I know he has two different Telegram channels, and one is for swing, and then there's another one he does more for. I guess I wouldn't say scalping, but of course, day trading. And because I haven't really kept up with it, I don't know if it's still active, but I know he hit a point where he, had some pretty bad losing streaks. So it hit him hard too. So he took some breaks and stuff, and I think he's still going though. But I think kind of the nice thing too with him is, yeah, he's very successful, but you also see he still goes through losses, and he still does go through some of that emotional um, heartache that we all go through. So it's kind of nice to see. I shouldn't say it's nice to see that, but it's nice to see the that it does affect everyone. Average tick wins. I don't know. Let me see if I have today's. I would say, roughly. Usually, I'm hitting about maybe 2 points, more or less. I sometimes fall into this habit, but I try not to fall in the habit of, I'm gonna have exactly 4 ticks. Have that goal and hit that, and be good. I'm trying to, not do that. I'm trying to make my targets and my stops a little bit more dynamic because the market, of course, is dynamic. So, but like I say, I think I average maybe around maybe 6 ticks. I need to look at that. I should be able to tell you better. But another part of the problem I have with trading too is I notice today, like, yeah, if I just focus on my base hits, get my base hits, you know and get out, I do really well. I have a really good day. But what happens too is I tend to start, and I do this every time, and I don't know why I do it, but I tend to start expanding my target instead of well, you know whatever, 6 ticks makes sense. So right about here is a good place to have my limit order. But it could go up to 10, and then I start gradually expanding my target to the point where, yeah, the odds of it getting hit are shrinking. And then um and then what also happens too is I notice when I go on tilt, like I say, my targets start expanding. So yeah, I'm down 100. Well, okay, I need to expand this to, my target now needs to be 8 ticks. Oh, now I'm down 200. Oh shoot, you know what? I'm gonna go 20, and it starts spiraling from there. So I'm trying to be a little bit more consistent, even with how um, you know, I have those targets, because like I say, they start jumping around, and then of course I start blowing accounts. Um, how do I find greater tick wins? Is that what you mean? Um, well, what happens for me is and I need to record my trades. I really need to actually get back into that, because I do notice some points where like I'll actually see the market. Let's say it's starting to fall. I'll actually see a lot of momentum coming into that from the tape, and I can't tell you exactly what it is that I'm seeing, because I don't know if it's just something I have to keep experiencing to pick up more on. But I notice if it's falling, and the tape starts picking up, and then I also have some filters on the tape for larger orders and medium orders. If I notice those are picking up and those are really pushing the market down, I actually feel more confident with going short and trailing it more. And a lot of times that seems to work for me. But I think the problem is, I'll have success on that, and then I'll try to take it to the next day, and think that it's going to happen again, and think that, I can't wait for the setup. I'm trying to actually force that really nice setup I had the previous day. So I have to try to figure that out. And like I say, I do need to start recording my trades more, and being able to better define that for myself. Yeah, like I say, I don't know if that answers that question too, but like I say, like yeah, there's a certain thing I noticed that yeah, when more so when it's dropping, I don't know if I'm just more of a bearish person or what, but I noticed when, like I said, when the market's falling, yeah, I do notice certain things on the tape, and I don't know, I can't really define it. I guess I gotta work more on trying to fine tune that thought that I'm having. But yeah, I do notice like the tape starts acting a little different, and so like I say, I can get a good win off of that, but again, I don't know if I'm just had a good luck and now I'm thinking I have an actual strategy, or if I actually truly did see something. Yeah, and I try to do that because I know uh RJ talks about the highs and lows, and those are some good areas, and I try to chart those, or make notes of that on the DOM, because I do notice that I do see the prices starting to react to those areas, and it's definitely a good thing to be aware of. And like I say, sometimes I do fall into that habit though, where I see I see the low of the day, or whatever those areas are, and I tend to think, well, it's gonna head that way. I mean, it's pretty close to it, so I'm just gonna short. If it's a support area, I'm just gonna short. And I don't put much thought into my shorts at that point, where I'm literally just hitting the. Again, I'm falling into that habit where I'm just smashing the market button instead of actually putting thought into that. So I think I have to try to fine tune that. But yeah, definitely there are some good areas from the chart, and I do need to try to incorporate that more. I am more of a short person, I notice. I mean, I like taking shorts. Um, I notice like I'm always more aggressive when the market's dropping than I am, if it's spiking up.
Boxers or briefs? Oh. Am I here? Can anybody hear me? Okay, thanks. See if you can hear me.
Long johns. I don't know if that means if I'm a pessimistic person or what, but yeah, oh wait, we have to do this real quick. Hang on. There you go. Throw some pineapples at USC for that one.
So how'd your hour go?
Oops. Oh, am I?
Oh,
Oh, Oxy there.
yeah. How'd your hour go?
Sorry, well, I was talking and I took my headset off because I was like, well, I'm just hearing you know how you sound weird
Yep.
when you have, and so yeah, I didn't hear you at all. Sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah, that's why USC said long johns, because when you were there talking about your shorts, I said boxers or briefs.
Well, and I was like, I'm surprised he hasn't commented on that.
Wait, USC?
Yeah.
Are you saying time moves fast with TO, but when I'm on the mic, it's slow?
Oh. Oh boy. Waiting for your response, USC. Uh oh.
Yeah, but you're walking for one of those hours. I know, I'm just
Excuse
kidding
me.
around. I'm just kidding. So, did you enjoy this? Do you want to do it again sometime?
Yeah, if you guys want, I mean, I don't know how I did, but I had fun. Definitely a good it's a good distraction for me. It helps me to have something else.
Absolutely.
I'll make sure I have my headphones on next time.
All right. Are you ready to go? Or
Sure.
you don't
Either
have
way.
to. If you want to go longer, it's fine with me. I'll just take the headphones back off, and you can just say whenever you're ready to end it. You can type, and I'll see it.
Let me see. Are you guys going to be signing off or like the pineapple DJ here? USC is leaving us. Yeah, I could stay on another half hour if you guys want. I mean, if you guys want, or
Instant coffee sucks.
give me some regular coffee. um, I guess we can call it. Uh, sounds like everybody's got stuff to do.
All righty then. Well, then we thank everyone for joining us today. We'll be back on Monday. Remember, Monday evening stream, Monday evening as
Oh
well.
yeah,
We'll be
nice.
starting our Monday evening streams. So, hope everyone has a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
Stop filled.
Oops. I can find my software. There it is. There it is. Scenes. Boom, boom, boom. Snapshot. Boom, boom, boom.
Order submitted.